got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight, Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads, time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold, it's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay, let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on, stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign on. Woo! 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 The world outside feels gray and slow, got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight, Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads, time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign off. Woo! Woo!
And good morning, World Wide Web. We are live here in the Rocket Wolf Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. It is a TGIFriYAY here, and in the UK, Europe, and Africa, still a Thirsty Thursday in the USA and Canada. Hope everyone is doing well, and good morning, Miss Bandit. Thank you very much for the redeem, and good morning, Easy Peasy. Thank you very much for the lurk. It is definitely a TGIFriYAY. So let's get things started. We got a lot on the agenda today. Ooh, almost 84 degrees right now. Humidity is nominal. Still kind of warm. We're headed up to about 90-ish. And if you haven't checked out Mass Bandit's stream, be sure to check it out. Last playing some vintage story. Good on you, Mass Bandit. Alrighty. It looked like we had a little bit of oh, you're so welcome. A little bit of problem with the Stream Elements website, but it looks like it's getting back on track, and it looks like everything's working like it's supposed to now. So yeah, beautiful day outside. Green grass is starting to turn as we're heading into the thick of winter, and the weeds are starting to take over. So this weekend's project is spraying weed killer. Yay me. All right, let's get on over to where we're meaning to be, and that is on our game scene. I haven't been running Lurk Bait while we're playing Foundry because Foundry's already tipping the scales on my comfort level for CPU usage, and I want to reserve as much as possible for the game itself. So we'll fire that up again once I can manually reassign resources. I dropped the cap on FPS. I had the FPS capped at 144 FPS, but I went ahead and capped it at 60 FPS to see if that will help a little bit. And it seems like it did help a little bit, so OBS has a little less work to do on encoding the stream. Still need to figure this out because I am not sure what the heck is going on with our cargo ships not doing anything. even though I've got them assigned. I probably have them assigned incorrectly. So what we're going to be concentrating on today is we are going to have to double up our smelter operations. We're going to have to upgrade our miners, and we also want to research mining efficiency if it's in here somewhere, because we want to get the most out of our mining. Here it is, mining efficiency. So as soon as assembly 3 is done, we want to, that's going to be a long research, but boy, we need it. This is new, omalite barreling. That's new. Mining laser would be nice to get, but mining efficiency for sure. Actuality, we can actually go ahead and start that now and come back to assembly 3, because we're going to need that desperately before we get down to core drilling. And yeah, we're going to have to really expand our bus line a bit. So mining efficiency, tapping some more ore veins. I'm going to move this platform over because it does not need to be right here. We only have to have the water pipe dipped into the water. So I am going to change this and run it out in that direction. And we're also going to throw down, I'm going to go ahead and craft one now, a large transformer. I'm having some stress, nausea, and I'm running to the washroom every few minutes, so I won't be in the game, at least not. Oh, that's no worries. Yep, that's no worries. We're also going to be looking into crafting these, where are these platforms? I haven't researched them yet, have I? There they are. CPU per, oh no, that's CPU. Where are the platforms at? Did I research them already? Cargo ship platforms. Are they in here? There they are. Cargo shuttles. So that'll be after our mining efficiency. Because we don't want to belt our resources everywhere and have spaghetti like we're starting to get going here. But we're definitely going to have to tap into some more ignium, some more technum, and some more xenoferrite. This one's fairly close. These big pluses right here, these are actually core drilling resources. Like this is a deep core xeno or a deep core techno. Same with this one. But right now it looks like the closest, we're doing that one already. This one might be next, and it's much bigger. Or what we might do is tap this one, which is fairly large, and just tie it in. This seems like a better option right here. So we're going to have to do that because we're going to have to increase our plates and rods production on the main bus. So we're doing this one right now. Techno is coming from way over there. And then we want to move the, so this is all in preparation to stepping up production for the robots. So we've got vacuum robots moving. For some reason, transport bots are not moving like they should be. So I'm going to have to take a look at my spaceship routing and figure out what the heck is going on. This stuff should be, I should be behind on production. They should be moving a lot faster than what my production rate is. So I guess first things first. Getting that mining efficiency, and I believe we can craft. Yep. Stage 2 miners. This one's not even halfway depleted yet, but Mr. Snowmaroo, thank you much for the support and the lurk, mate. Hope your stream goes well. 7 days to die. What if he only had 5 days to die? I wonder if that would change the game. And we want to upgrade, we've got to definitely upgrade our belts. So we're on tier 1s with some tier 2s, but I want to just get them all transitioned over to tier 2s. So in order to do that, if we're going to automate that, it's the conveyor ones plus machinery parts and electronics. So there's our box of tier 1s. Here's our electronics, and here's our machinery parts. An experiment with something here. Let's take this out. Put another one in. And see what this does. That's fine. Well, that worked like I expected it to, which is good. However, this is just not the right spot to be doing this at. We'd be better off putting it in down here, but at least we know how that's going to work now. Okay. I was worried that that splitter was going to connect right there automatically, and it didn't, so that's good. Right here, we're going to pull 3 items off the line. Well, this is going to be weird. But I think it's going to be necessary to go up onto a platform. About here. Probably not going to need one that big, but... That's not enough room. That's not enough room for a ramp up and a splitter. And then a ramp down. Oh. Yeah, that's not going to work. Well, it can. It can in a funky way. Oh my goodness, thank you very much for the 100 bits, Bandit. That is time for a spin of the wheel. Woohoo! Thank you very much for the support. Let's see if we can't, where are we at? There we go. Get the correct display going. Alright, you know how it works. Go ahead and give her a spin. Who knows, you might get lucky and get 2 in a row. Alright, here we go. Oh, look at this. Awesome. A gift sub. Congratulations. That is for you or to pass it along to somebody you know or would like to share that with. Yes, indeed. Since you're already a subscriber, it can still be for you if I'm not mistaken. Hang on. Oh, I can't gift a sub from there, but hold on, let me check this. Okay, can't gift a sub because you're already subbed. But at the end of your sub, we can renew that for you. Or you can pass it along to somebody else if you wish. Where are my notes? There they are. All right. Here to belts. Manufacture all the bots, that's correct. Upgrade. Minor. Efficiency. No worries. Tier 2 belts upgraded. Move. Power plant. Fix. Space shipping. I don't know what's going on with that. More Xeno slash Techno. Oh, let's move this down here. Okay. And here comes Chris. Whoa, what's going on there? Look at that weirdness. They're all doing that. Wow, the game had a little bit of think about that, eh? Wow. Okay, that works. Next is to split this one more time. Oh, that's not going to work. That's so not going to work. So let's move this. To there. There we go. And then ramp it down. To that. That'll work. Whooper Dynamics. Whooper Dynamics, indeed. Alrighty. How did I do that last time? Oh yeah, specific. There we go. I could swear there was a place to put in a message.
Are you want to do like the text chat, or what are you trying to do?
No, so gifting a sub, so good morning, Chris.
Oh.
Bandit won a
don't know.
gift sub.
Okay. I don't know much on that, so I can't help
Yeah,
you.
it used to be a place where you could enter a message. So he's probably not going to be aware of why I'm gifting it to him. I can't say on behalf of Mass Bandit, which is what I wanted to do. You'll have to let him know, Bandit. He may be looking at that like, why do I have that? Okay. There we go. All right then. That's not gonna work. So let's do this. Let's do an upsies over here. How's Chris doing today?
Not too bad. Got off a little early today.
Oh, nice.
My truck's about a month overdue on oil change, so I asked if I could go, and they, well, last day of shutdown. Why now? But I said, okay, I'll wait. I'll do it later. Nope, go ahead and do it.
Right? That's not annoying at all.
No. Come on, I only had probably 25,000 on this oil change.
Oh my god. Yeah, that would have been like Texas tea right there.
Yep. I got the truck at 41% on the oil, and that was 10,000 miles ago.
Wow. Well, you know, good quality oils. What was that one from way back in the day that was synthetic? Would go 25,000.
Yeah, our company doesn't want to use synthetic. They just want to do conventional.
Right. OEM. Right?
Yep.
Original manufacturers. Yep, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I can understand that because that probably maintains a warranty situation.
Good. I don't know.
Okay, so let me just give you an update of the goals we have in front of us that are vast and varied. What I'm doing right now is we're going to upgrade our belts to tier 2s, so I'm just making a tier 2 belt manufacturing line so we can get a box of tier 2s going. We need to... Go ahead.
Are we just upgrading what we need, or are you wanting to upgrade
everything? Because we're gonna significantly pick up the speed of the bus line. We need to add more factories for making the small bots. So we're gonna need a lot more plates and rods. In doing so, we're gonna need to tap more Xeno and Techno ore veins or spots, patches, and use the tier 2 miners, which have been unlocked, instead of using the tier 1 miners. And on our mining efficient, we're going to update our mining efficiency too, so that we don't deplete the veins so fast. And that's all in preparation for, or as a, that's for the interim between now and being able to use the deep core veins and mining equipment, which takes fracking towers and all that stuff.
Yep.
So we'll just try and get as much rubble or ore out of the veins as efficiently as possible, which is also going to mean we'll just double our smelting process as well. So that'll help us deliver to the bus line without any blank spots, without any, come on, rocket words. You know what I mean? Where there's no gaps.
Buffers too on the lines coming in, so if we end up running out, it kind of
fills the gap. Yep.
Yep.
Sounds sweet. And then if
muted unless I'm talking tonight. I mean, it's been like 30 to 40 degrees, and it's bringing back the cough on me. So.
Oh,
unless I'm
no,
talking,
that's all
I'll stay
right.
muted.
Oh, if you don't want to mute, that's fine, because, you know, funny thing is, your background noise cancellation has been working really well. When you're not muted and you had a sneeze and a cough, it's barely detectable. So,
Okay.
good mic on you. All right, and then, of course, all of that is going to help us create the robot factories, because we've just barely bridged the 60,000 a K Fermilite sales. And we've only got 2 bots going on. And the other thing is to fix the freaking shipping. You know, I just can't figure out why we had a one-time transfer of circuit boards and energy cells. When those completed the task, they automatically transitioned to a reoccurring, well, I had snapped them to reoccurring, and they show as a recurring. The platform is configured properly, I think. I can't get them to deliver to the ground. I can't get them to do recurring. And the really odd thing that I can't figure out is in the galactic market, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 construction materials on recurring trades, but we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've only got 6 ships assigned to bring materials down to the surface. 2 of those are not coming down to the surface. They're actually going up. The vacuum bots and the transporter bots. And actually, one of them is also heavy transporter bots. That's on the medium platform.
Okay, one thing I see as an issue is you're keeping 250 energy cells on station. You're only ordering up to 200.
No, 200 should be the minimum. Should be the what do you call it?
Keep on station 250.
Right, to keep on station, and there's none on the station.
Correct. There's nothing there.
Right. So the minimum amount to transport was 250. So I tried an idea to see if I could trigger some movement by changing that to 200 minimum amount to transport down to the planet. So if there's 250 on the station or more, then a ship should be able to pick up 200, because the smallest ship can hold 250. I just made it smaller than the maximum small ship could hold. So any amount, either 10 or 100 or 200, is the minimum amount to transport down to the surface, and it's not transporting anything. So I tried 10, I tried 50, I tried 100, and then I tried 200, and I just kind of left it at 200 out of frustration when I stopped trying to figure it out. The allowed ship types are both small cargo ship and the T2 small cargo. So one can hold 250, one can hold 500. So there's 0 on the station. If you take a look at the, what is it, the shipping? Oh, no connection. What? Why is there no connection? Oh no, did we lose power? Something happened. Power in the radio station's gone. Strained. Holy crap. Something happened. Going to check power. Something happened. Yep, I only see one boiler going. There's no water. Why is there no water going through? What?
If your
There's
power's strained, you're not going to get water.
Well, no, the water pumps out of the water out of the pond without any power, need for power. It's going into one machine. Oh, the ignium's gone. Crap. All right, well, there we go. We've already depleted an ignium source. Fix quick. Yeah, those little water vent things you stick in the water, you can stick them in the water and connect it to pipe and they will pump into that pipe immediately. No power required. Oh my god, Technum's out, or Xeno's out. It just ran out. I just saw the end of that line.
Well, if you're out of the ignium, you're using ignium to mine your other stuff. So it's not going to mine it anymore.
Oh, that's right. Okay. But the ignium ore waypoint is gone, so the ignium is gone. Boy, that sucks. Yep, that belt is empty for sure. How did I get down there? There it is. Oh, for crying out loud. Yep, there is. Oh, this is Xeno. Right, no power. Oh, there's my ignium way over there. Come on, fly, fly, fly. Why are we so slow? We're slow because I'm in a hurry because I got to get this turned back on. Well, that won't matter. I got to dig something else. Well, all our shipping lanes are going to die, I'm sure. No power, no product, no product, no... No dominance. Oh, it can't reach it. There's still some here. Okay. It's not out. And a ban. Instant ban. Boom. Message deleted. And reported. Bear with me just a second. Done. Dig that deep enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't quite understand. Looking at spaceships,
Yep.
if the X is grayed out and it's got the shopping cart, does that mean they're available?
No, that's another thing that I was looking at. So for some reason, the X grayed out means they're busy. So if you hover over it or click on it, it tells you can't do anything until that ship returns. And that bothers me because it's been like that
So
forever.
you've got everything else that's not busy assigned to something.
Right,
Got one
either
that's supply routes,
supply routes,
whatever,
right.
planetary shipping. So if they're
Yep.
all assigned or they're busy, you're not going to get anything to do your restocking.
Right, but the ones that are marked as not supply line, all the ones that are supply line are just moving between the planets delivering our robots.
But the problem with that is, if you do that, you set them to like planetary shipping. You can't do a supply route. You can't do a market trade.
Correct. Those are specific assignments. So one ship is specific to planetary, bringing goods down to the planet. One is doing market, and one is doing supply routes. So one set of ships are purchasing products at the market, bringing it to the space station, and then the ships marked as planetaries are bringing it from the space station down to the planet.
What is the one that's going to the market? That I'm not seeing.
Right, exactly. Those are the, it's supposed, and you don't, they do it automatically. Like we got that first one-time task of getting circuit boards and energy cells. And then when they finished that task, all we did was switch it to recurring. And it didn't continue to keep doing it. And that's what the problem is. It's doing the one-time task, and then when you change it to recurring, it doesn't continue to do it like it's supposed to. I can't figure out why that is. I can't figure out what switch I've got wrong, or task, or, I mean, I bought plenty of ships to do everything, I believe. So I'm kind of like, what the heck? I can't figure it out. You know what? The transport bots and the vacuum bots are going where they're supposed to. The heavy bots, I don't think are going where they're supposed to, but if you want to just screw with all of those and see if you can get them delivering or get them moving, well, except for transport and vacuum bots are moving. I tried to copy the ones that were working, the ones that were moving. I just can't get product down to the planet. Other than from a one-time task. It did it on a one-time task. I just can't get it to recur. And I don't know why. I'm brain dead on figuring that stupid shipping stuff out. Of course, there's no power down here because we have to put power. What the hell is that? Oof, we got ads running already. Okay, that should get enough ignium. And where's our other ignium ore? Over there. That's why I did that so close. Smack dab between them. Yep. Alright, here it comes.
Do you know about how long a trade route takes?
12 minutes.
Okay. I have
And-
one that I assigned to something accidentally. I'm waiting for it to free back up so I can reassign it back to how it was.
Yep, okay. Yeah, and I discovered that every single ship movement, whether it's from the station down to the planet, or if it's from one of our supply planets back to the space station, everything's 12 minutes for some reason.
Okay.
I guess to make it easier to calculate, I don't know. So 1/5 of an hour, I don't know why that's a nice round number. Hello, intake. Why is that not intaking? Oh, because it's 16, that's why. Won't do it till it's 3. Okay, that's moving. Xeno ore should be coming along pretty soon. We gotta update those, so 1, 2, 3, 4 more of those. All right. I have a feeling everything's going to shut down before the ore makes it back to base.
So you can access your shipping stuff now anywhere, right?
Yes, with that little thing called
I need to make
the
one, whatever it is.
orbital uplink. So yeah, it looks like a handheld scanner, but it's not going to do it because there's no power, there's no connection because the power's not been restored yet.
Gotcha.
Ignium hasn't made it back to the boilers. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the stream.
Do you have any need for The biomass stuff.
No
Throw
biomass.
some of that in.
Into the boiler? I think so.
I can grab some of that, throw it in, get you up and running at least.
Yep. Let me see where,
I'm going to grab it.
yep. Let me see how close we are to getting our ignium to the boilers. Xeno is running and it's coming along. Ignium's on the belt and it is... coming right to the splitter now.
I haven't got as far as this yet, but have you got a assigned pad for both the items you're wanting shipped down to the planet?
Yes. So the energy cells are right next door neighbor to the circuit boards. They're back to back. Will it accept? Yep, looks like it is.
Yep.
Beautiful. It's going to be about another 2 or 3 minutes before the ignium gets here, but it is coming down the belt.
What I've got, it may not make it that long. It'll eat through it real quick, but I got a couple hundred probably.
All right.
And I didn't grab everything. I just grabbed a few to get it going.
Yeah, well, that'll help. We're not using the bio for anything else anyway, so it sure doesn't matter if we use it up. I wish we could play, you know how in DSP you could set alarms, like with a traffic monitor and stuff like that?
I never really dealt with that.
Well, it's kind of handy for, like, you can set a minimum, maximum, or specific target to get the alarm. And it would be handy in here to say that ignium has stopped being mined or Xeno has stopped being mined, and have an alarm that the ore vein is empty or the ore patch is empty, something like that. That would be super handy. Okay, so all those are on now. We've got Xeno coming up. We've got ignium almost to the boilers. Got the miners upgraded. So, looking at the map, I should probably preempt another catastrophe and tap that other ignium that's close by.
I usually like to try and hit an ore vein of each type and have them ready and available.
Yep,
So as soon as
It's a
it
good
goes
plan.
down on something, you can go and dump it in.
it's a good plan. And there is another ignium just southeast of the one that we just turned back on. And there is another Xeno west-northwest, just onto the water. As far as Technum goes, we've got that. There's two close by. Oh, there's actually an ignium up by the Techno that you set up. That can be run side by side or double stacked on top of the Techno to bring it back to base.
Don't even need to really have it all the way back on a separate line, but at least have it available so
Yep,
if power goes down, we can get coming again easy.
yep.
Okay, I threw some in. I know it's coming in now, but I dumped probably 100 into each or 50 into each.
Yep, that's all right. They're
So
here.
that should buffer it at least.
Yep. And that'll be fine while that's running on the bio. The ignium can saturate.
Well, I just went down the line and grabbed, spaced out a little bit here and there, so it just speeded up getting there on the ATM.
Okay, now I do see. Let me turn this off a second. I do see the energy cell for 500. 2 of them. 2 energy cell shipments. Did you set up 2 of them? And 1 circuit board. Is that how you set that up?
What's that?
The ship deliveries, I see 2 deliveries for energy cells, 500 each,
They're
and
set
1.
up for
They're set up for what?
set up for 1,000 each.
Okay.
So you'll get 1,000 to the ship. It'll hold 1,000 there.
Yes.
You have enough available to pull from.
All right. So
You
what
only
am
had it set for like 200, and the minimum was 250 on one of them.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, did
So-
you have to assign 2 ships to get those 2 deliveries going?
I didn't assign any ships. I didn't change anything on assignments. I just upped the amount you're requesting to be above your minimum you require on the space station.
Okay. Well, 2
So you
ships
got
went to get
1,000.
2 ships went to get 500 each of the energy cell, and 1 for the circuit boards. And hopefully those are recurring.
It is. It's going to maintain X amount.
All right. So question.
Okay.
Just so I understand this.
I don't know
Buy.
that I'll be able to answer, but I'll try.
Okay. So on the recurring trade, buy if below 1,000. So the ship dock can hold 1,000 items. If one of those items comes out of the ship dock and goes into the assembler to make yellow science, the ships are automatically going to go and buy 300 or 500 more.
Let me look at it. Okay, the way it's set up right now, if we're to make an order and you had 1,200 in there, it's going to drop down until it hits 999, and it's going to buy 300. So you
Right.
have 1,300. When that 1,300 drops down to 999 again, it'll buy another 300.
So basically what it's going to do is it's going to keep the dock stocked at 1,000 plus.
Correct.
And every time it drops to
And we can go with-
999, another 300 go get to be bought.
Correct. We can go with a different number, but I just wanted to make sure we have enough that we're superseding
Yep.
what is being blocked out to bring to our planet. Because you got 2 different things you're looking at. This is going to maintain 1,000, but then if you go to storage and you go to your gear, like on your energy right now, your energy cells, you've got a minimum of 250. So you're requesting before 200. So if you ship
Right.
down to, or what was it? Yeah, you're requesting to keep at 200, but you're wanting to keep 250 on the station. You're never going to ship anything off the planet or off the station back to your planet because you're below your minimum. And then it's not going to reorder because you're below what is required to keep here.
Okay, so just so I understand how that's working, go ahead and change the numbers everywhere that they need to be changed to buy more when the ship dock drops to 500 out of the 1,000 to 50%, so that a T2 ship holds 500 items. When it drops down to 500 items, it goes buys 500 more. Can you make that work? And that way, all it's doing is it keeps filling it up to 1,000, not over.
Do you want a minimum of circuit boards, energy cells, or spaceship fuel? Spaceship fuel, I don't think you've got anything set.
Yeah, don't worry about that one.
Only minimum you got right now is energy cells. Do you want to keep a minimum on spaceship or on the station?
Yeah, so what we want to do is, like, for circuit boards, we want to keep 50%. we want to keep 50% in the shipping dock so that there's always something coming out of the shipping dock and going into the assembler. And I know the shipping dock can hold 1,000.
If you keep a minimum of 250 on the
shipping platform.
Station,
on the space station?
You're not gonna send it to your planet.
Okay, so go ahead and change what needs to be changed so that in the shipping platform on the planet will 1,000 is the maximum it can hold. When that drops down to 500, a ship goes to purchase more to send back down to the planet. Can you make that work? So that what's on the planet in the platform drops down to a level of 50%, which is 500. Then a T2 ship, which can hold 500, will go get more and send it down, which tops it up to 1,000 on the planet. And then it drops down again.
That's the thing, is it's not looking at the planet.
Oh.
So it'll take from it only cares what you have on your space station.
Okay.
So if we have, like, say we have 1,000 on the space station,
yep.
It drops down and you hit 250, it's
yep.
not going to allow your planet to take any more from the space station. It's going to say, nope, we're keeping 250 on the space station, you can't touch it. So if you're wanting to order up to, say, 200, and you're keeping 250 on the space station, it'll never order again.
All right, well, let's change that so that it will go, a T2 ship which holds 500 items will go get 500 items and bring it to the station so that it can be delivered down to the platform on the planet.
We don't have any need to maintain any energy cores on the space station, do we? As far as don't want to send them to your planet.
I don't think so. As long as we can keep the flow going into the platform on the planet, what's on the station, I guess. Yeah.
Circuit boards, it's also required
the same thing.
To keep a minimum of 1,000 on the space station.
Which are not going to send. Right, they're not going to get sent down to the planet.
Correct. So I can take that off.
Right.
As long as you don't care about keeping that there. Okay, let's see what the other one is.
Okay, cool.
Okay, all three of those are not locked. Well, they won't be locked in. I didn't save them. Save. And save.
Yep, and after you get that all squared away, I'll take a look at it and try and commit that to memory as to how that works.
So that way, stuff we're ordering to come to our planet, we're not going to require a minimum. If we were going to say we're going to sell energy cores to another planet and we need it on our planet, you might want to say, let's keep 500 there.
Right.
Ship 1,000 or 2,000 to the space station. Then there's 500 we could ship somewhere else, and 500, or we can take down to 500 back to us.
Right. Okay.
So that's now no minimum on any of those. So if we don't get a shipment to the space station, we can take everything back to our planet on those three.
Okay.
Circuit boards, energy cells, and spaceship fuel.
That sounds good.
Okay.
That's
spaceship fuel, is that coming back to planet or
not? Well, not yet. So here's the thing about spaceship fuel is we get charged. I mean, before that's ever implemented, we pay for ship maintenance and fuel costs out of our Fermilite stores in our vault. Okay, so we're basically taxed for fuel and repairs. If we implement fuel, manufacturing fuel, and sending it up to the station, then we stop paying that fuel tax because we're manufacturing the fuel ourselves instead of purchasing it for the ships that are in use.
Yep.
And that's just there because at some point we're going to have enough Fermilite that we can manufacture our fuel and not purchase the fuel automatically, because we don't see that transaction happening at all right now. It's just doing it automatically.
Okay, now on our sales platform, nope, not sales platform, galactic market. So how much do you want to keep on? We've got 8,000 right now on our building material or construction material. We've got 1,000 on energy cells and 1,000 on circuit boards right now.
Okay.
How much do you want to keep?
Well, first, the construction materials, we can turn that back on and keep and fill up the warehouse because we finished our construction on the radio tower. So we don't need any more. We'll just keep it in the warehouse, not on the station. Well, we have to keep it on the station because we got to spend that for station
That's your
upgrades.
supply. Well, that's your supply to get to the planet too. So
Correct.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Where you want to upgrade your planets, you need to keep it there for that.
Right.
So that's probably good. We can leave it at 8,000. You say with energy cells, a ship, how much is it going to be able to hold?
250. Oh, I'm sorry. Take that back. A ship can hold 500.
Okay. So I wouldn't go down to 500 because then you're just barely minimum to do it. We go like 750 maybe. You get one shipment out of it and you're going to be waiting for a resupply.
Right.
If we keep it at 1,000, then you got a full load. You can do 2 loads off of one if you had to.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. I'll leave it as is right now. We'll just see what happens. Kind of keep an eye on it. Once it gets filled up, it's not a big deal cost-wise because it's going to maintain.
Right.
It's just getting there.
That's right. So that's the whole trick, is just to get to the point of being able to maintain and then no babysitting it. All right.
Storage work. Is it a shared number or is it like a total number of everything?
It's yeah. So that's I had to figure that out. So when you look at storage at the top of the screen, when you hover over the cargo bay that says we have 6 cargo bays, it says cargo bay capacities starting at products, which are 1,200. So
Gotcha.
when you hover over the products in the storage tab, it shows all of the robots we can manufacture, and each one can hold 1,200 for that item. Hey, Mr. Tug, how are you doing? So at the top of the screen, that products of 1,200 means per item, not in total, not like 200 of this robot, 200 of that robot, and 200 split between 6 robots equaling 1,200. It's actually 1,200 per robot in the products menu. Does that make sense?
Oh, I muted while I was coughing. So if we have, say, 20 different products unlocked, we could do products of 1,200 times the 20 different items.
Correct. 1,200 for each of the 20 products. Yep.
Perfect. So that's not an issue.
And then the construction material, which says 15,000, and then when you click on the construction material tab in storage, it's showing 7.8K of that 15,000.
Okay.
And then same thing for components. When you click on components, we're allowed to hold 600 each of however many components we have licenses for, or added to that.
Sounds
Yeah.
good. I understand now.
Yeah, I had to look at that and study that for a second to try and figure out if that was a a collated total for all products combined, or whether it was for each individual product capacity, and it's each individual. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get these yellow belts, because I want to get the ignium onto yellow belts and the xeno and the techno ores onto yellow belts. So let's just get the... let's put down a couple yellows. We've
How
got
do you
a
actually see what
container.
each ship is doing as far as what it's bringing to us?
You know, that's what really is confusing the hell out of me, because I can't see. When I click on Galactic Market, I see that in recurring trades, there is a ship carrying 500 energy cells. It doesn't tell me which ship
that's what
that
I'm looking
is.
for.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell me which ship that is.
I gotcha.
I know it's on a T2 because it's carrying 500. If it was a T1 or the standard, it would only be 250. But when you go to ships, spaceships, I've got one named energy cells, but there's no telling if that particular T2 ship is holding energy cells. It's only just because I named it that. So there's no way to see what ship is carrying what product. The only place I've seen that is in the supply routes, but not in planetary shipping or recurring market orders, which is really annoying because that's important information. There might be a way now. I just haven't figured out how to view that information. And I forgot to check to see if that ignium was making it up to the other smelters. Looks like it might take a little bit to saturate. At least the Xenon Techno is making it. Okay, it's just maintaining, it's not going to saturate, so I will need to put some yellow belts on the miners.
Trying to decide what would be better. Do we want to put a storage as a buffer for ore lines coming in, or do we want to have a storage as a, oh crap, I ran out, let's turn it back on and resaturate?
It's basically the
saying?
same. It sounds like the same thing, both two different ways.
Do we want to be pulling from the storage, or do we want a storage in case we run out that we can turn on and use?
Oh, make it automatic. So I think what you can do is, you know, as the belt saturates,
out,
right?
But if we don't notice the line coming in is empty, we're not going to have anything when we run out. If I don't pull from it, then you can have storage that's full, or I could put a big one and a small one, use a big one to hold and a small one as a backup. If we run out, we can swap it.
Yep, we can do that manually, so we'll have a turn it on, turn it off thing. So if we notice it's out, we can turn it on and boom, it saturates the belt.
Okay.
In that same train of thought, we've unlocked technology to actually create a switch for that.
Okay.
And it is in what is called, on the very first, yep, on the very first tab at the very bottom, we have data cables, data evaluators, memory cell, processor, data source buttons, and a lever. So we can actually utilize all those awesome products to detect and turn on automatically.
Okay.
So that, let's say you've got a container there filling up as well as providing ore to wherever. Once that container is filled up, even if you have an output loader on it, nothing actually gets output until it detects that the belt is empty. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So if that is like let's say that's a long belt that goes back to the ore patch that we're pulling ore from, and that belt empties before we notice that, oh, it's finished and there's nothing in the ore patch, or power was lost and it's not pumping out ore rubble, that container will kick on and start filling the belt until we fix the fix the problem.
Okay.
So when it comes to ore, I would say the bigger container that you can put on it, like the tier 2.
Yeah, that's what I've got right now.
Yep, would be a pretty good choice, or maybe a couple of tier 2s, because we can set up triggers for both of them, including if, well, it's the same trigger. If the belt empties because the first container emptied out, the second container kicks in. I actually got a number of different operations like that going on my first save, because all that stuff was available prior to this new version, and it works awesomely.
I'm sure I'll learn it eventually. I haven't done it yet, so.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you don't have a background in electronics like I do, learning about logic gates, toggles, switches, and those sensors and that kind of thing, it's got a bit of a learning curve to it, and the Foundry guys did not provide a whole lot of video orientation to how that works. So because of that little bit of learning curve, it takes a little longer to get a grasp of that and figure out how that's working.
Okay.
But you've got a background because you're in electrical work.
Yeah.
And electrical work comes with that basic electronics.
I deal with PLCs a lot, so yeah, I understand all that.
Right. So you'll be able to grasp it fairly quickly. For the average viewer that's watching this game, there's probably going to be a little bit of a... there is going to be a little learning curve on it, but once you see one particular operation happen, then it starts to make sense. Hey, Liftwork, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Yep, Chris will be able to grasp that real easy because he's already got a background in electrical and electronics. So he'll be familiar with switches and maybe not JK flip-flops or logic tables, but he'll be able to see what's happening real quick and be able to understand what's happening. There you go. Yep. But it would be nice if the developers provided some sort of orientation to all of this logic circuitry to players that have never been introduced to electrical or electronics industries. Because otherwise they're probably looking at that going like, what?
Okay, until I get a chance to play in that and figure it out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 2 big storages.
Yep.
I'm going to have an in and an out belt, and then I'm going to have an out belt to the first storage to go into the second storage. That will be a, oh crap, I ran out storage.
Absolutely wonderful.
So
perfect.
That way we'll halfway saturate a belt for now.
Yep.
And we'll have it available to output if we have to.
Sounds like an excellent plan.
Until I have a chance to play and understand it.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, the main tech belt is set up.
Excellent.
The small ignium up here is still producing.
Okay, cool. How much do you reckon is left in it?
Most of it. Probably 3/4 plus.
All right, can you upgrade those to the type tier 2 miners?
The belt's saturated, so it's good. But I can.
Yeah,
They've
go
just
ahead.
got those smaller. It looks like the smaller burners on them.
Smaller burners.
Well, just the burners, the bigger ones. Well, it's the bigger ones, but it's not going to like the boiler setup. It's just going to burners that power the
That's
store.
right. And they're not running, are they? Because they're not needed
Well, yes,
while the
they
boil. Are they? We must have dropped a boiler.
It's not taking anything, but they are smoking. I'll go down and look at them here.
Yeah, that means they're in operation, which is which is good because if we drop a boiler in the steamer, those kick in automatically.
Okay.
Which is great. Got a frog. I ate a frog. Hold on.
Yeah, we've only got 3 of the boilers, 3.5 boilers, I'll call it, running. So.
All right. Well, I am upgrading the yellow belt, or upgrading the belts to yellow right now, so we should be able to.
Perfect.
Yep, get those delivered a bit faster because right now they're doing 1-to-1. The belt is only got enough to satisfy like the first 4, I think.
Well, and you're splitting the belt too.
Right.
So it's taken half of it to do your beams.
Yeah, that's right. And
that's
those
saturated
are
now. It's starting to back up.
Yep, those are 80 a minute. So it was taking exactly half of the belt, and that's a 1-to-1 ratio there. But now I got the yellows going, so that's going to saturate.
Okay.
Let me put a few more in. Oh, I guess I used them all. Well, the belt is saturated, but it's moving. It's only about a third of the way there, quarter of the way there.
This one's working its way back. It won't take long.
Oh, yep. All right, so they're going to meet in the middle. That's cool. All right. First emergency averted. It was a complete shutdown, but only for a short period of time, which is good. It shouldn't have interrupted our
No, I don't think so.
shipping
It doesn't show
supplies.
anything on the sales.
Good.
What other lines do we want really backups on?
Well, all of the ores, so the Xeno, the Techno, and the Igniums.
Okay.
And that is going to change fairly shortly as soon as we get a single core ore vein tapped. One for Xeno, one for Techno, one for Ignium. Those go for a long time. And we'll also be sending the ore via cargo ships instead of belts.
Okay.
Because those proved to be very useful. All right, so the priority for yellow belts I put on the Ignium because that's a fuel source that keeps all the machines going. Well, all the power going. So that belt should be saturated now in that direction, which it looks like it updated nicely. The very last burner, the very last steam is getting its power now. Okay. Now, for the ones up by your Techno, We'll update that ignium source as well. I know it's saturated, but I'm not going to wait and take chances on it. So that ignium... Oh, yep, we can update those burners, or those miners. They stopped. Yep. Why did they stop?
Probably because you got enough power now.
Oh yeah, and they're full. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and update them. Miners. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's good. That's only got those 3 burners on it, which is not going to... Let me see what the input is. Oh, they only hold 3 at a time. Okay, yep, so we don't have to worry about belt speed on that one, just the miners. Mining efficiency is everything. Ooh, okay. Wow. Okay, so do we have any other ore veins that need the tier 2 miners? Oh, I know one.
Oh yeah, I haven't had a chance to look.
That's right, I know one. I think I've only got one left, which is the bottom of the Xeno down here. Nope, that one's updated. Yep, that one's updated. Techno. We gotta update Techno. Okay. So let's grab wrong one. Two, three. 2, 3. An even amount of those. And 1, 2, 3. 3 and 3. We've got a large transformer that I'm going to put over at the steam turbines. And return some of these red belts to here. And put the rest into the red belt storage, which is still full, so there's no room there. However, all right, blue techno. Thank God for jetpacks. Very nice. I see what you did there. Outstanding
Still working
idea.
on it.
No, outstanding idea. Yep.
If you go look at the other one, follow this blue belt, you'll see what I'm doing. Towards the base.
Yep, I'll come take a look at that just a second. I just want to update the miners. And that should be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we are. There it is. We'll update. That one. So, Lufts buddy, what have you been up to? What have you been playing? A lot of games, mostly Factorio. Oh, that's the new, is that the new Space Edition or Space add-on? There's like a new, whole new segment or whole new story for Factorio. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep, Space Age, that's it, Space Age. Hang on, do you stream? Did I forget that you stream? All right, Chris, there's a snatch and grab box for the yellow belts up at the bus line. So anytime you need to grab those and upgrade for our ores first, Technos and Xenos, you can just grab what you need.
I completely forgot about the tabbing to change toolbars. I was sitting there thinking, when are we going to get that unlocked? Oh, it is unlocked.
Yep, that's actually unlocked in the game options. It's not actually unlocked, it's just you do it at the game.
It's research, isn't it?
Nope, it's right at the front.
Oh, okay.
In the settings.
Research item.
Yeah, so in the settings on the gameplay tab, if you scroll down about halfway, it's the amount of hotkey bars. I just put it on 10, just right off the bat.
Mine's on 3. I'll do 10.
Icaria? I did not know that. Let me take a look at that. I mean, I've got all the background in it because I've got a background in electronics. Actually, I've got a background in tactical electronic warfare systems. So, a little overkill for games, but, you know. Let me take a look at Icaria here. Luft, are you a streamer? Wow. Yeah, for me the base game is 3650. There is a free across Icaria and an Icaria demo for free, and there's also voxel programming. But that's $46 for me. Oh, no worries. It's just I only have one working brain cell and I can almost never remember. How is across a carrier different than the base game Acaria?
It's got an extra replica cube that's added to it for $10.
Ah,
Well, U.S. currency, $10.
right. Okay, very close to the main game. Okay.
I don't need another game right now.
I know, right? So this is a first-person shooter type game, yeah?
It's like a game like this building.
Okay,
That's what it looks like.
but a lot of content for programming? Learning programming? Maybe? Yeah, but all of our voxel games like Icaria, Mind Test, Minecraft, Factorio, Creativerse, Foundry, all these voxel games are all based on the same thing, voxel blocks. There are a lot of voxel games out there.
Okay, where did you set up yellow belts at?
So it's unorthodox. It's left of the main bus. Right close to where the mineral rock is coming into the main bus.
Okay, I see it.
Oh, drones like bees that need to be programmed to do things? Okay. Digging ores, build buildings, flatten there. Gotcha. Okay. That sounds like another one I've watched Firehammer play. What was that one? It's a cool little... And Jack PS9 was playing it too. It's like a little robot game that goes and finds resources and you program them to move stuff around. And it's basically centered around programming, which is what Icaria kind of looks like. Oops. Oh, there's our space station. All right, I have been sidetracked. I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, coming back down the techno line. Take a look at that.
Looks like our electronic components is the weak point at this point. Just not
Yep.
or enough building right now.
Exactly. So what we're going to have to do is build up our bus line a bit. So okay. yellow belting what we can and increasing the number of assemblers accordingly. But the big thing before I did that, I know those are lacking right now. The big thing was just making sure our ore content is coming in. Looks like the Xeno stopped flowing. Why is that? Something's wrong with this, Chris. Why are those loaders different speeds? That's not right.
Where are you looking at? I'm looking for where you're
Oh, it's splitting. It's a splitter. I'm at the very end of your line here. That's why only half is going over to the smelters. A saturated line got split in half.
for my storage. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yep, you've
So
only
it'll
got
fill
one
that
going
up,
in.
it'll saturate again. Yep.
Yeah.
Splitting it until it fills up.
So that's going to be 3,200. How badly is that going to affect our smelters and crushers? Yep,
Well,
there's
if we
only...
upgrade the lines feeding in, it won't affect it at all.
Well,
Upgrade the lines feeding in, it'll speed it up.
only one crusher's operating because it needs 80 a minute. So in order for both in order for both crushers to operate, it needs 160 a minute, which is what the red belts are. So if we split it, then it shuts down one. So I'll go ahead. Well, forever, because it's a perfect ratio, 1 to 1.
Well, it's going to fill up that first storage. We can block it.
It's got to.
So it's only so much.
It's got to fill both storages in order to resaturate the belt.
No, the first one doesn't have to be full. It'll output if it's up until, if there's anything in it, the first one will output. The second one will fill up.
Yeah, so right now what it's doing is it's just passing through the first one and filling up the second one.
Correct.
So until both of them are filled up, it's going to be split in half and we're only going to get one crusher operating. That's going to be a long time.
I'll attack the speed for that, and then it'll speed up the incoming and you won't have an issue with it.
Yeah.
Which line are you looking at? What's our problem?
Sino. I'm at it. I'll get it. I'm at it. And I got a backpack full of yellows.
So do I.
Okay.
Well, not backpack, but I got a few stacks.
Oh, we got ads running. Sorry about that. I didn't notice, guys. I know you can't hear me. I definitely got the Captain of Industry update. It actually updated it.
Played that one for a long time.
Yeah, it's updated 2 or 3 times in the past 2 or 3 days because there were some bugs with the update. Yeah, that's a fun game. Oh, this is a lot more belt than what I've got in my pocket. This is where teleporting is handy.
Until we get the belts updated, I'll turn off the incoming on that.
I think so, because it's shut down half of that operation, smelting and crushing smelting and crushing.
Done.
All right.
Turned off.
All right, I'm coming back to base to get some more belts.
I'll do it on all 3 lines just so. Well, yeah, I'll turn off the other one too.
This one's the most important because it's blending. That's what I think that's what the crushers are doing, it's just blending. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I didn't realize we went into an ad break and you didn't hear or see what was going on. Thank you for sticking through it. And yeah, Luft, I saw that update to Captain of Industry. Great game. Couple of patches came through in the last couple days as well. fixing a few bugs. Oh. Oh, was that my game or?
What's that?
I
Come in for a second. I couldn't understand you.
Yeah, I think my game started to lock up, but that could have been, oh crap,
Internet?
it's CPU temperatures. Crap, I'm getting up to 85C for some reason. '86, 85, 86C. 90 is my threshold. Yep, left. That was my system. All right, let's see.
GPU?
CPU.
I'm running about 73.
Yeah,
CPU.
my CPU is nice and cool, about 64. But my CPU, much warmer. Let's see what I don't need to have running. Don't need the G hub running. Let's see what's taking the most amount of CPU right now. Foundry and OBS, of course. So OBS is part of the problem. I capped my FPS at 60 so that the encoding didn't have to work so hard. That apparently did not help a whole bunch, but Foundry is 24% of the CPU and OBS is only 12%. Oh. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, now we're back down to normal. Freaking anti-malware service was going to town. Still is for some reason. Why does it have to be doing it right now while a game is running? I should just kill that process altogether. Hate to interrupt it though. Be right back. A second, guys. Okay, yep, I see what it is. So I've got the anti-malware running in real time in hierarchical mode. So it'll run, it basically runs all the time to protect the PC while I'm connected to the internet. All right. Got that adjusted. Now we're back down to 71 to 73 degrees now. That's way better. Foundry and OBS, though, are the biggest culprits for power usage and CPU usage.
Right now, the weak point I'm seeing in our base is the wire coils and the electronic components. Electronic components are kind of lagging. It's partly because of the constructor amounts or assembler amounts, and the wire coming in.
Yeah.
So it's evenly balanced, but they're both kind of lacking.
Yeah. So wire is everything. So we'll need to increase the wire input, which is going to require rods input, I believe.
Rods are doing pretty good. You've got it on a high-speed belt right now. It's actually stopping in between.
Well, yeah, but as soon as you add more assemblers for the wire,
Yeah,
that's going to change that.
intake.
Yep. Ah, I see. That's why the yellow belts aren't going, because of that electronics components. Yep. All right, let's do this. Whoa. Instead of adding, are you adding another red assembler?
I was.
Yeah, let's not do that. That's going to start killing our FPS. So what I'm doing is just grab a yellow assembler and not doing the whole line, but one at a time. Upgrade a red assembler that's in the existing line, and that'll give us a 50% increase. So I just upgraded the belts to yellow for the wire. And since it's only 2 assemblers for the wire, I made them both yellow. And hang on. Oh, you know what? Here's... Okay, that's right. That was a snatch and grab box. Never mind. Have you got enough to put a second yellow on the electronic components?
I don't have a yellow. I can probably.
Okay,
make
hang
one.
on. Hang on. Let me take a look here. Yeah, no, I was just curious if you had one handy. I got it.
I usually avoid doing the yellows because of the draw on the power.
Yeah, and we're pretty safe right now, but that's the exact next thing I'm doing, so I'm going to move the power and increase it. So we've got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 3.6. So that's 15, that's 18 megawatts that we have available. And we're only just now getting close to that. We're at about 16 usage out of 18. Okay. All right, so that should be a 100% increase on the electronics. It's going to take a little bit to catch back up. While that's catching up, I'll go ahead and put or rearrange where are they at? Steel. I'm also going to change out that 5 megawatt transformer to a 25 megawatt. Then we won't have to even think about power. Well, before we do that, let's do something here. crying out loud. All right, there's more than one way to skin a cat, dang it. That should be good.
You're definitely moving into stuff I haven't done.
What's that?
Blowing up stuff with lasers.
Oh, yeah. I love explodey things. If you couldn't tell. So I figure the best route is to expand toward the east rather than out over the water.
Yep.
Because expanding toward the base is just going to turn into congestion anyway.
Okay, Ignium rubble is saturated in the second box.
Yay!
So I put it into effect now, so it won't drain our belt at all.
Excellent.
It'll fill up the first box as needed.
That works for me. %.
I was almost over being sick until the temperature dropped to like 34 degrees this morning.
Oh no. Started you all over again.
It did. I think we got a high of like probably 45, 50 degrees today.
Wow. You know what? I'm knocking on wood right now. Been very lucky because the interestingly weird thing about Australia is as we're moving into winter, the temperature doesn't necessarily come down. It's still hot during the day, but the temperatures at night go lower. So what we end up with is a temperature differential that is normally, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10 degrees between day and night, starts to become 20, 21, 22 degrees difference between day and night. And it's that temperature difference, you know, from being cold at night to hot in the day, which throws us all into flu season.
Yep.
And I'm just really surprised that I haven't caught yet.
Our temperature difference is 20 degrees. It's 33 to 53 here for the day.
Yep, that's about right. Because in Celsius, we are, that's about right for Celsius. About the same. Okay. Discovered something rather interesting too, Chris.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Connecting boilers and steamers. In the old version, you connected up a water pipe to the boiler, which we still do. And then you have one water pipe between the boiler and the steamer. And you can daisy chain these together just by connecting pipe between boilers all the way down the line, and then using a pipe to connect steamers. Well, it turns out, I'm just going to take this one. It turns out all you have to do is connect the steamer directly to the boiler, and you don't need a water pipe between them. So the boiler goes to work. That's going to be maximum connections right there. Yep. And the steamer goes to town. right, now we're only using about 3/4 of the power we're generating. So I should be able to do that. That. That immediately goes to work.
It looks like 4 of those miners won't saturate a yellow belt for the higher level ones.
Will not saturate a yellow belt?
Nope, it's depleting over time.
There's many factors involved there. One is how far the drones are going to get the ore from to bring it back to the miner and throw it on the belt.
Okay.
Because
I should be able to pick that.
yep, I believe the drone miner 2 has a range of 8, so that allows it to go out farther, but that means the drones take more time to go out
Slower.
and come back. Right.
Okay.
So the closer those drone miners are to the actual ore, the faster they'll saturate the belt.
Okay.
Kiwi Rob, welcome to the stream, mate. I can give you that answer right quick here. All right, so to do lava caves, you have to look for porous soil on the surface. And it looks like this. So you see this black looking splotch of soil. This is porous rock, which goes all the way down to the lava layer. So you can mine down to it with whatever current drill you have, even a tier 1 drill, or you can use an elevator, personal elevator, to go down to, it's going to be level 3, something like that. It's 3 meters above the bottom of the world. Or you can use a freight elevator to get down there. And when it finishes, you'll see that the rocks are different. Now, I have a tier 2 drill, so I can drill just about every rock. And my research has been updated to drill. But you'll notice that there are 2 different kinds of rock. So the porous rock looks like this, which you can drill through. But there will be stones that you cannot if you've got just the tier 1 drill. And then once you drill out the opening of the cave, you'll have lava fields. You can also walk on the lava, no damage. Okay? And then place your first lava machine on the lava. You will need to bring power down. You don't have to power the machine, but you will have to have powered floor to run your loaders, which I just did a perimeter of 1 foundation. I didn't even do it all the way around. But the loader has to connect to the lava generator thingy, and you just have to have powered floor for your loaders. So I bring Thermalite down, let them do their thing to make the Thermalite sheets, and send the Thermalite sheets up. That's all there is to it. Make sure you bring a transformer, because you know you're getting power off of your personal elevator. There's no power connections for freight elevators. That's just a wall mount, by the way. But again, you'll need powered floor to run any loaders that you install. That's it. Does that help? So these lava smelters, you just place them on the lava, and that's it. It's automatic. I guess they get power from the heat of the lava, which allows them to operate, and they'll smelt the Thermalite bars into Thermalite sheets, and then you just put the power for the loaders on foundation. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That was a wasted trip. Chris, do you take medicine like, what is it, Cadrol or Theraflu or something like that to beat it, to combat it?
I haven't this time around.
Does it usually do anything for you?
I usually do like the Sudafed, and it does pretty good.
Yep. I have sinus infections, chronic sinus infections, so that's the first thing when the weather's changing or I'm getting sick. Sinus
Well,
infection.
This time, everyone passed it around. It was a work thing that everyone
Yuck.
had.
Yuck. See, I've tried that Theraflu, and here in Australia it's called Cadrol, or some variation of that, but that stuff never worked for me. It's nothing more than like headache medicine.
Biggest thing is just the decongestant.
Yeah, that's why I have the Sudafed handy. If I can get away with that and I've got a handful of aspirin, I'm usually pretty good to go. Whee! right, let's see what we're cranking now. Seven times 3.6 is 21, 25, 26.2 megawatts. And we're only using about 3/4 of it. So we did good on that part. Okay. Power has been increased and reorganized into something that looks a whole hell of a lot better. Hey, Sakura, how are you doing? 25 megawatts for a large, 5 megawatts for a small transformer. Interestingly enough, though, this is what's really odd. I can't figure out how they're intending this to work. But if this was a small transformer, everything would be exactly the same. And even though this platform has got, you know, 26.5 megawatts of power generated on it, it only needs a 5 megawatt transformer to connect to the network and you're fine. I don't know why or how there's a difference. It just doesn't matter which transformer you put on there. Actuality, let's just test this real quick. You can lose power for just a second, Chris.
That's fine. Won't bother me.
Five megawatt transformer.
Actually, you got multiple power sources, so you're not going to fully lose power.
That's true. But I'm just saying, all of these steam turbines are on this one transformer.
Yep.
So as you can see, this transformer right here, now I have seen messages you will see messages that say transformer inadequate or something like that. But oddly enough, you know, one transformer, 5 megawatts, will transmit all 26 megawatts max that it can load. Right now we're using about 17.5 to 18 megawatts. One small one does it. Doesn't even have to be a large transformer, and I'm not sure why that is or what's not working the way it's supposed to be working. But the way I understood it, if you wanted to transfer that 26 megawatts to floor power, you've got a 5 megawatt transformer. You cannot generate more than 5 megawatts and expect all of the extra to go to the network. That's what it says, only feeding the loaders. Oh yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other ones. 8 loaders. But see, this is a small. This is 2 small ones. That's only 10 megawatts. Feeding all of this. You know, it's 6.8. So the power, and Chris, you may be able to help understand this. The power from the steam engines are going to power poles. that connect to a transformer, and the transformer delivers it to the floor. We've got 26 megawatts being delivered to the floor. Okay?
Okay.
Never mind, I just figured it out in my head. And it's just like what Secretary was saying. So any of the equipment that goes on the floor cannot draw more than 5 megawatts from the transformer. That's correct. Not drawn, but available. Not delivered, but available. The rest of the power is connected to the cabling system or the power poles that can be sent to the rest of the network, and then you draw it down to any floors with another transformer. So there may be 26 megawatts on the power line, but you can deliver 5 more megawatts down to the floor as long as the transformer's on it.
And you can only put one transformer per floor, so then you got to subdivide your floors.
Yep.
Not be more than 5 megawatts per floor.
Yeah, that's right, because it's the total number of pieces of machinery that add up to 5 megawatts worth of draw from that floor for a transformer. If you've got more than that, then you just upgrade your transformer to a 25 megawatt. And you can stick more pieces on that floor without segmenting it into 2 different floors of small transformers. Sorry. You know, when you get to be my age, the brain cells a lot slower, and they don't retain memory very well. Anyway, there we go. Power's reconfigured, so we're good on that. There is, because I didn't think I had one down, and I threw another one down, and I never removed the I never removed the other one. They'll still operate, but they're still not going to provide more than 5 megawatts. Doesn't matter if you have 5 transformers on the floor. It's still only going to
They
pull
must
5
have changed
megawatts.
it, because last time I played, you couldn't put more than one transformer down on a floor.
I don't recall. I don't recall in the last save if I did that or not. But yeah, in this one, so I've got a transformer here and a transformer here. Oh, you know why? Yes. Okay. I lied just a minute ago. 2 small transformers allows for 10 megawatts per floor. So if you've got enough machinery that goes over 5 megawatts need of power, you can put another transformer on it to bring yourself up to 10 megawatts in total between the two, which is this one right here in orange.
They've changed that then, because it used to be you could only put one transformer per floor.
Yep,
I don't allow you to put another one.
I don't actually remember.
That's been a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't even actually remember how I had my old setup done, because I basically had one massive floor. And I'm not sure how I accommodated the power needs of all the machinery on that floor, whether it was from multiple small transformers or...
I didn't use much of the steam power. I had solar power, so it wasn't.
I did too. You know what? I did too. I had large solar panels. I had steam power. I had all that stuff all on the same grid. Yeah, Secretary, I think that's absolutely right, because I think I have seen those messages before on the transformer. And I think the transformer gives you a screen that says either shut down, stop, or restart all, or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording. Oh, hey guys, an ad's coming up real quick here, so beware for non-subscribers. Twitch Turbo and subscribers don't have to worry, but for Twitch Turbo and subscribers, we just do the bio break and the stretch and all that. And there we go, we're in. Sleepy time? All right. Cheers, mate. Thanks for popping in. I'm just gonna...
Okay, I think all 3 oh crap storages are full.
Oh, excellent. Sweet as. All right, so that means they're just gonna be... They'll be static right there for right now. Is that right?
The main one will just be a buffer, and then the
other
second
2
one
are
will be
switches.
if we run out.
Switch them
storage.
on. Yep, gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna do a bio break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, we are back. It looks like everybody else is back. Welcome back. Thank you for supporting the stream. And I just noticed it's 30 degrees in this room, according to the old thermometer on the wall. And as you can see, the temperature is 31 outside. A whole 1 degree difference between outside and inside, and that's with all the windows open and all the fans on. Isn't that crazy? Okay, back on track. Let's see if Rocket can get his brain back on track. Let's see how many we've got extra going on in here. We've got 5 boilers and 3 steam turbines. What did I say we had extra about? Let me check real quick. I think we had about a 5. No, we're generating 26. Yeah, we're only using 3/4 of it. You know what? I'm just going to put the extra ones down. That'll be half the power we're using that from what we're generating. I'll just leave them and forget them. Just forget about it. And I know I got sidetracked, Chris, but don't be afraid to say, hey, weren't you doing this, that, and the other thing, Rocket?
I don't even worry about that anymore.
I get sidetracked. I forget where I was at and what I was focusing on. And it's always a means to an end somewhere. But I'll be damned if I can remember what it was. Yellow belts, right? Yes, yellow belts. We were updating those,
Yellow
weren't
belts,
we?
I think we're just waiting for them to build them so we can put them in.
Okay, yep. So we'll upgrade yellow belts starting at the beginning of the bus line all the way down. Oh, it was from the ore lines, or from the ore patches first into the smelters. And then continue from there, because we're going to double up our smelters so that we can overpopulate our bus line so we can add more to our bus line. Well, not necessarily, yeah, add some more robot building to our bus line, but upgrade the existing assemblers.
The
You know what?
Technum is done all the way to the miners. The rest still need to be done for yellow belts.
Okay, sweet. Well, that's some serious progress. Did you do that?
I did. It looks like you've got the ignium done.
Yep, ignium I did.
So
Cool.
there's another line that's left.
I'm just going to clear out this space to put down the last 3 steamers, steam turbines, and then we'll finish the belts for the ore, and then just start upgrading our bus line. Yeah, see, the big thing that kind of bothers me in my last save prior to this patch update, it was way more economical to use all tier 1 assemblers and smelters and whatnot, because you could put more machines down to get the same amount or more product out with less power consumption. So power consumption was an issue we wanted to pay attention to in the last save. Now that doesn't matter. Now we can get up to assembler tier 3 without any concerns for power consumption issues. And that's mostly due to the fact that now you can connect up boilers to steam turbines without pipes. You only need 1 pipe. And you know what? Somebody mentioned pipes the other day, or pumps. I have, in my last save and this save, I have yet to find a need for a pump on the pipeline. In my last save, I had huge pipe network.
I was talking about the pumps. I used them in my last one.
Oh, right, okay.
I had enough of an elevation change that it would pump up to where I needed to go.
So
I had
is
to put in a pump to deal with elevation.
okay. So it's basically restricted to the elevation of how high you needed to pump, not how far away, not
I
length.
think so.
Yep.
So like my base sits about 8, 10, 12 blocks up in the air.
Right.
It would pump up the height that needed to get up to there.
Ah, okay. So, it would be nice if they put some information in the UI to tell us what the limitation is, where you would need pumps. So this item, what's this called? Is I got one in my backpack. So the liquid intake is capable of 30,000 liters a minute. But it doesn't say how high it can pump it. What have I got? How many blocks have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that intake valve is supplying 9 pipes above it. Every 300 pipes, you'll need a pump. Vertical or lateral? Luftweg. Horizontal? All right, lateral, yep, horizontal. Okay, so see, this is the thing. Here's the little UI that pops up when you hover over pipes. It doesn't tell you what the capacity is of the pipe or a flow rate. Or that you'll need a pump after so many segments. You know, that would be useful information that should be in the UI. I would think. I knew that. All right, so the pipe that pipe segment holds 7,400 liters of water. But it doesn't tell you what the flow rate is through the pipe. Click on it. Oh my God. Oh my God. So the capacity of that pipe, oh, this is network. Because of the number of pipe segments I have, which is 15. It says 15. It's a capacity of 7,400. Max throughput is 36,000 liters per minute. What is complexity? Each structure added to a pipe network will increase its complexity. The overall throughput is reduced to 10% or by 10%. Is that saying it's reduced to 90%? Down to 10% capacity? Split your pipe networks into smaller segments by using pumps. Pumps always take the lowest priority compared to all other machines, so they won't fight your other machines for the throughput. network capacity depends on the amount of connected objects. So inputs 15%, outputs 15%. So I reckon it's balanced. Okay, so this is a lot better and a lot more information than I'm used to seeing. So this complexity is 43 connected objects. Each structure. Oh, that may not necessarily be 43 objects. It's just a number attached to, or a value attached to the object. So is it the overall throughput is reduced to 10% instead of 100%, or is it reduced by 10%? That's the question. I keep saying, you know, they need to learn English. Because if you're at 100% and you reduce it to 10%, then you're removing 90% of its capabilities. Okay, so Luftsway, translate. So if it's reduced to 10%, does that mean it's taking 10% away, or it's taking 90% away? It takes 90% away. So, all right, in that case, as far as proper English goes, that is proper, which means, wow. 90% of the capability disappears. Interesting. I also saw mention that we can paint our pipes any color we want. If we paint them, does that red indication of being over 300 complexity still change the color of the paint to red, something red, so that we know the difference? All right. Well, that would be an interesting something we would want to discover at some point. All right, Chris, we should have enough power for a little bit. We're not quite reaching our 50% usage of our available power, so in essence we should be able to double what we have on the ground already. All right, let's check our belt situation. So you said the ignium's completed, and so that leaves
I'm working on them right now.
You got Technomycea's upgraded already? Yeah.
Everything going out to where it's coming from is almost done. I'm just verifying it now.
Okay, cool.
And I've got 120 belts in my inventory right now.
Okay, good, cool.
I took everything that was there. It was probably 4 or 5 stacks.
All right, I'm gonna start upgrading this Xeno from this close by ore patch. With the complexity thing, they don't want us to build tank after tank for no need for pipes or never-ending pipes. So now if you build tank after tank or just throughputing buildings, you also reach 3. Yep, gotcha. So like I was doing with the steam turbines, at some point if I'll reach that complexity of 300, which means I'll have to start a fresh new module or segment in order to keep from hitting that complexity limit. All right, so I just added 3 boilers and 3 steamers, and the complexity went from 43 to 58, so 15 complexity went up, and only 16% capacity of the pipe. Okay, cool. Well, that's much nicer to understand. All right, so we've got that one belted. And you were just down at the Xeno. And your Technum's done. I think that's it for all the ore belts.
The rock is the only one I haven't touched.
Mineral rock, yep.
Yep.
Let me just pop over there and take a peek at it. I bet you I need to update those miners too. Not that they're suffering or anything, but yep.
I got like 1,600 red belts if you need any.
I know, right? Oh my goodness. What? Stop it. There we go.
Only thing about doing a full line is it won't upgrade the splitters.
Yeah, I gotta
So that
manually
ends
do
up
those.
stopping your line at that point.
Yeah, it's a shame because it'll recognize ramps or slopes attached to them.
Yep.
Mr. Kiwi Rob, how are you today? They're down to level or 3 meters above the bottom of the world. Actually, I have to, glad you mentioned that. I wanted to double check something about that. I stopped at 19 for the elevator, but the lava smelters are much lower than that. I think standing on the lava is 3 meters above bedrock. The caves are pretty massive, so you don't necessarily have to go all the way down to 3. All you got to do is hit a cave cavity. Actually, standing on the lava is 1. And the rock on top of that is 2. But I think I read that the elevator will only go down to 3 unobstructed. But lava is definitely 1 block above the bedrock. And as far as I know, there's no sloping ups and downs to the lava itself. It's literally flat across the world. Yep, if you put your elevator on the porous rock, it'll go down below 80. But if you're too far off of the porous rock and you hit a shelf of the unminable rock that you can't drill through with your hand drill, or you don't have the upgrades researched yet, then the elevator won't go down below 79 or 80. You got to make sure the elevator's all the way onto the porous rock. And that's true for freight elevators as well. All right, Chris, if we've gotten that far, we can begin updating our bus line to yellow. If you haven't already done that, which it looks like you already have. Yeah, you know, if it can detect slopes, I think it should also be able to detect the dang splitters.
Yeah, that would be nice. I did put in a box over here for depositing your red conveyors into, and then it'll just override the belt and use them first.
Okay, I stuck some in the large container over by the tower because I didn't have a convenient place to put them in at.
Basically, I put in one of the big storage chests, and it just supplies the belt before the assembler for red conveyors.
Okay.
So as it's making more yellows, it'll take those reds and use them up.
All right.
Where'd you put them?
Big container next to the tower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the dirt.
Gotcha. Okay.
We don't have ignium coming directly into the base, do we? Those are just coming into the power and the blenders. Yeah. Yay, boy, we made a lot of progress already today. This is good. I am just going to leave these here. Oops. I'm just going to leave these here until there's room in that box. You got all the ones out of the big container? Yep, okay. Sweet. I'm going to put all the tier 1 miners in the crate.
Okay.
Right. Wow, this is looking good. Looking good.
I can tell you I'm not going to last much longer.
Well, neither is the
Starting to fall
stream.
asleep.
Yep, neither is the stream. We got about an hour left, so that's about right.
Hopefully once I get back to normal hours, I'll be doing better.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Your body's probably, you don't even realize it, but your body's probably screaming for respite
Oh, I'm exhausted.
already. Yep.
Oh, yes. 13 on, 1 off doesn't cut it
No,
on 12-hour days.
indeed. Oh, that was stupid, Rocket. Way to go. I'm gonna do all the do bus line, splitters, ramps, and inputs of everything, and leave the outputs to last to upgrade, as long as those outputs are still keeping it saturated.
Okay.
And that'll give time for the machines to update snatch and grab box. Mainly the rods and the plates are the big thing.
Yeah.
I remember in my old save, I had 6 belts of rods outputting and 6 belts of plates outputting onto the main bus. Oh, why do we have... What are we missing? I broke something. Oh, machinery parts. I grabbed some out of the snatch and grab box. Yeah, I snatched them out of the snatch grab and it completely emptied the belt on the output side.
Yep, it does that.
Like, oops. Okay. Well, we've reached 60,000 on our Fermilite per day. Almost 61. Oh, steel. Well, you know, actually, we've been lucky. Steel has been saturated on Tier 1 belts the whole time, and have never run out of steel. We will shortly, though. Those plates are going underground and going where? All the way south? Ah. Yep. Okay. Making our fuel. Don't forget to watch your fuel.
I think I'm doing good on that still.
Yeah, there's a rude awakening when you run out and you're a long way away from the fuel barrels.
Yeah, I got 37.
That should be fine for a while.
I can refill the stack. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I just normally carry a stack, which goes quite a while, but...
Yep.
What I also did is, oh no, it wouldn't let me, that's right. I was gonna put it on my toolbar, but it doesn't, but putting it on the toolbar is actually equipping your character, which is kind of silly. So you can't put fuel on your toolbar to monitor how low it's getting.
Okay, I think I'm out.
Okie doke. Awesome work today. Thank you very much for playing. And hope you get some good rest.
Oh yeah, I'll be out in 5 minutes.
Righto. That's me too. We need a bigger box. Wonder what we're gonna do with the red slopes. Tier 1 slopes. Oh wait, aren't they used? Yeah, they're used in making... There we go. Boy, this 1 a minute sure is slow, ain't it? Actually, it's 2 a minute. No, it's 1 a minute with the yellows. Okay, it still looks like we need to upgrade a little bit more on the... on the assemblers. So our advanced machinery parts down here. Hopefully that doesn't drain our input side. Looks like it'll be fine for a little bit anyway. Well, the wire's still stopping, so it's not a constant demand. And the rods are stopping, so that's not a constant demand either, so... I'm not too worried about the ratio or the numbers on that at the moment. Because it's not an extensively huge factory. Be right back a second. Sorry about that. Yep, heard noises out there. You did it? Excellent. Yeah, I heard noises out in the living room. Apparently I didn't shut my screen door very well, and it's flopping in the wind, banging against the hinge. I suck like that. And I got all over Peanut for not shutting the door tight, and then I'm guilty now. All right, that one's saturated. These are not all on, so we do need to pick up the pace on that. And that should give all three. Perfect. That one does not need to be upgraded, because that is just... I don't even know why I upgraded that one. Alright, so machinery parts are going out to a number of different places. We definitely have to upgrade the assembler. They are upgraded. It means we don't have enough of them, and we don't have enough room for them. Actually, we could. It's cramped. This is not the way it should be. Can I move that? I would really like to move that. We could do that. That's funky as. Yep, that won't work. Isn't there a quick way to copy recipes from one machine to the other without manually configuring it? I don't think it's not Control C. Ah, okay. I gotcha. Should have known that from before. Beautiful. Is that new or is my brain that dead? How's it going, Grill? Because all we're doing is moving this back. Then that. Then that, and that. Fixed. Okay. Good on you, mate. Are you on Friday or still on? Oh, ads are coming up. Just a warning. That'll be our 3-minute break for subscribers in Twitch Turbo, and sorry about the ads for our non-subscribers. It'll be our once an hour ad break. Are you on Thirsty Thursday still, or are you on TGIFriYAY? That's a bunch better. All right, we are on ad break. I'm going to do a bio break and a stretch, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there and supporting the stream. All right, so we did good. We've updated all of our ore inputs. Now we just need to increase our smeltabilities. Actually, we've got two that aren't even smelting. All right, we don't have to worry about that too much right now. These guys are virtually loaded up. Let's see what our rods are doing. Rods are cooking. But it's not a constant flow, which is fine. Seems to be keeping pace. Yep. We're not stacking up in the machines. All 4 crushers are going, all 8 burners are going. And it's still not 100% saturated, just getting there close. So we're using more rods than we are plates for sure. Only got 3 crushers operating. Okay. And that's because rods, electronics, wires, all that good stuff. Now these guys should be, oh, they're not because this is what we gotta fix. There's 66, they're not moving. Alright, we need to copy what Chris did, fixing our supply chain on ships over here. He's got this down to a science. This is bringing it down. We need to do delivery, so we need to copy these two. All right, 333 maximum. Yep. These are 250 maximum. Yep. That part's right. So oh, R&D. Woohoo. 6. Vacuum bot. Okay, spaceships. Not that one. Galactic market. None. Not this one. See how that stuff stopped again? Sales platform. Yep. Spaceships. So we should have a medium planetary shipping. No, they should be a supply route. There, maximum. Ship management, 2 different ones. That's right, one's the smaller. Both of those are the smaller. Yeah, those are 2 smaller ones. Yeah, that one and that one. That one's assigned. Eagle 2. And then this one. We've only got one ship assigned, but 2 different products. Yeah. Cargo ships. And see, I don't know which ones... I don't know which ones are where. We've got 26.8%. Oh. Appliances and logistics. How do we have... How do we have 17.9% of appliances? Oh, okay. All products. We've only been delivering vacuum bots, which I suppose that's considered an appliance. Because we haven't been doing the other two, but I want to get this under control. So vacuum bots are going, which they should be. These are the heavy bots. Heavy bots are going. 48 an hour. Demand is 48 an hour. So we're meeting demand. But only 18% share because we're not doing the transport zone. So that one I understand. This one is heavy and transport. 144, 288, and we're meeting both of those demands. So that one, and that one are fine. Oh, well, that's all of them. We haven't set up for that one yet. Or that one. Or that one. So it's just these two. 1, 2, 3 routes. Well, all right. Looks like we're meeting demand. So, $192 of 192. Okay. Oh, yep, 78, 458, nice. Well, apparently the way we have it configured, we're all meeting the demand, or we're meeting the demands. So I assume everything's configured properly. We're just backed up on transport bots because we're producing enough to meet all that demand. And vacuum bots. And heavy transport bots. So because that demand has been satisfied, they're backed up. Which is fine. Saw something I needed to upgrade. Electronics are still pretty slow. It is starting to saturate over here. Let's just take a little look-see and place a marker. All right, top of the slope. Top of the slope. So it's actually catching up. And now the rest should go down the other side. And that side should start saturating as well. Where's our to-do list? Did that. Yay. Did that. Fixed that. Mining efficiency. And we're doing that exactly right now. This one is almost saturated. Took a little time to catch up, but it did catch up. And I don't know, but it may mustard also. Don't need to speed this up yet. Till it gets to the point where it's saturated and it backs up the entire. Then we can upgrade that belt. There we go. We're almost at 62,000 Fermalite. All right, as far as Xeno and Techno goes, these two are close. Oh, that's why I didn't need to put those in there. Where is that on our map? That is, I'm aimed right for it. Pretty deep. And it's probably going to be deeper than our elevator will let us go. '78 is the center. We'll shoot for 80. Yep, it says we're clear. I don't think the moonshine on the water and the moon are exactly lined up very well. Oops. Of course, it's getting bigger and bigger. Maybe it will spread over to there. I wonder if anybody's noticed that before. That's a pretty big oops. Cosmetic, but you know. Shouldn't those be lined up? Oh. Shouldn't have done that. And here we are. Well, that's kind of high. There we go. Well, there it is. We'll get the edges and a little bit on the top as well, just so that the little miner buddies have a way to get to the top of all that. I know. The kaboom. I love the boom boom. Love it. That looks like the top. We're going to aim for just below middle anyway, as far as our platform goes. Which is actually right about there anyway. Alright, which way are we facing on the map? Yep, that's the direction we want to face. Do a couple more boom boom over there. That should do. Did I bring any freight elevators? No, of course not. Why would I do that? Silly. Oh, I need steel beams. Oy vey. Rocket, rocket, rocket. This is where teleporting would come in handy. This is sprint, by the way, sprint mode. What I should do. Blue steel works for me. A lot faster than running. How's your build coming, Tug? Doing okay? Cool. All right, so we are going to put this right here. Actually, I actually want that up one level. Let's do this. Yeah, and don't get discouraged. I mean, solo play is a slog. It's a slog. Look at that. Was that perfect or what? Dang it. We got a freaking error again? Oh no, it's not error. There's no error. It's doing it. Thought it wasn't doing it. I know there's a lot of new stuff. And yeah, that's exactly what it does. Is it makes you have to think. I mean, there's no way to get enough foresight because you don't know about all of the new stuff and what it does, so you can't pre-plan. So it's like getting this game for the first time, learning what all the stuff does. That's why I like DSP. DSP gives you that whole mission complete training thing, right? So you learn about what all the machinery is, what it does, what it needs, and you can get a good idea of what you're doing the whole time, or where you're going with it, you know? It's just so much nicer. That's fairly centered. And fairly backwards for every one of them. Okay. And of course power is on this side. Do I have a wall mount? Mr. Diesel, how are you doing? Nate, that is awesome timing. I knew that was going to be too high. Yeah, all good in the down under hood. What's frustrating you? Oops, I just blew up my just blew up my power connector. New map, custom products for that map, and for some reason I can't sell them at point that says it takes it. Oh! In this game, in Foundry. Oh, the FS20, ah, righto. Is that because that's probably because it wasn't coded to work properly, so that's I take it that's a mod that's not going to be, well, basically if you can't sell it, it's not going to be of any use to you. I've run into something, I can't remember which map it was. It was potatoes, so there was 2 potato processing plants, and it was a huge no-go because it was all the machinery was there. You could not drop anything off or sell anything or process anything there. It was just absolutely stupid. Incomplete map. I deleted it right away. Well, not right away, but you know, it sucked. I mean, there's no way to describe it any other way. It sucks. All right, what do we need? We need the burner. Yes? Burner generator. Not burner. Let's do this. Oh, ignium's right there. Could do that. That's still 400 meters. Holy. Mustard and lavender oil. Okay. I've got lavender incense. I don't have mustard anything. You know what? There's power right here. Yeah, it is. Peanut had a hard time getting to sleep and whatnot, so I bought lavender soap for him to take a shower at night. And then, of course, I have lavender incense and whatnot. And thankfully, he likes the smell of it because it gets him to sleep. What stuff did you dig up? Did you dig up fossils or something? Ignium and xenomine. No, I don't think so because I don't have it marked on the... Oh, you know what? Wasn't it way out here in bumfuck Egypt or something like that? It's by the mountain. I was looking for the bit of structure that you put down. There it is. And there's olamite there as well. That can go zoop right along that. As well as this one can go zoop or just go zoop. No, I haven't used it, but you know what? And there's also mineral rock, so... Yeah, we're gonna tie that in for sure. That's the Xeno. That's the Ignium. And Techno is blue. Way down here. Did you do one of these two? Good song. We've got some technum right here. It's not too far. That's quite a ways out. That could be tight. But you know what this is? This is one of those deep core ore veins. That's what those unidentified... I'm hoping this one is Xeno right here, but I have a feeling they're reversed because this is all Xeno right here. I'm betting you this is Technum. And I'm betting you that's Xeno right there. But we can definitely tie that in for sure. Because we've got Techno tied in from here with two more. This one's closer, but two more in the area. We've got Ignium and the Xeno. I'm just going to tap this and tie it right into there, and it's golden. And then we can come back and tie anywhere. We're going to do it all. We're going to do all of that. Because we're just getting to that point now where we need to keep that supply going all the time. You know? I mean, we're just going to keep it belted in and upgrading the belts to keep the speed up until we get to fracking. And once we get to fracking, then we can start getting those damn deep ore veins situated. Yes. Scared the crap out of me. That floor is powered, I hate to tell you. The Ore Whisperer, he went to bed. He was tired. That is 100% connected. That's this one. Yeah, she did. She was not feeling well at all today. She popped in for a little bit, but she was pretty bad off. High voltage grid. 5 megawatt transformer. Why is this burner generator not? It's on the foundation. Foundation runs out this way. Then goes that way and powers all of these. There's no transformer on these. Where's that transformer? 4 miners, 9 loaders, and a generator. Brought the power straight down from there. There are no transformers over here. No worries. Have a good rest, Diesel. Thanks for popping in, mate. No transformer down here. We're at the end of stream anyway. Actually, I need to click the button. Clicky, clicky. And then that stack takes us all the way out to there. Not sure why that doesn't qualify or have power. That's stacked. Is it because my power pole's not on the... Shouldn't have to be. Thank you. All right. Well, as using the dang transformers, there's no high power grid or, you know, high voltage grid because the burner generator's low voltage. So all I needed was the floors connected, and bada bing, bada boom. Don't need them at all. Same with the freight elevator. All right, that's all working. Yep, as long as we're below the max, we're fine. So all these little buddies in the belts, perfect. Wish I had those cargo ships already. Where are cargo ships? There they are. As soon as mining efficiency is done, we're gonna have cargo ships. Alright, this doesn't have far to go. We're just gonna follow the power. Simple as that. Ooh, look at how long that stretch is. I don't even have that many belts, do I? Nope. Zoom. Oh, we had an ad. Oh my god. We had an ad. Crikey. We're so close. We have run out of iron plates. Yeah, we're probably not gonna make it. We are so close. Three belts away. 3 belts away. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Peanut, get yourself cleaned up and put your stuff away. Lunchbox put away. Don't make me come and check.
Why not do lunchbox?
All right, 3 rods, 3 plates, 3 foundation, 3 stacks of belts, loaders, slopes, all good. A little bit of Technomore or Xeno ore. We'll just throw it in here. All right, let's go. Let's go finish those 3 lonely belts. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just 3 belts away. One of those, that's where that saying missed it by that much. Nah, don't side load. Let's do a splitter. That way neither one of them gets depleted at incredible speeds. We could actually give priority to that one over there. And that way, when this one runs out, That's supposed to stop anything from getting on there, but, you know. Anyway. Those guys can run for a little bit, but that's tapped in for when that one runs out. All right, that's our Fry-yay. We did awesomely. So the mining efficiency is being upgraded, researched, and then we've got plenty of power to manufacture all the bots. We've hit 63,000 thermalite bars a day. That is a really cool looking ship, hey? It's too bad you can't see in it. All right. We are crack-a-lacking. Do a little bit of save to the cloud. And we'll head out to the main. All right, and let's see if we can find ourselves a victim to raid into. What did we get up to today? I know it got toasty. Pretty sure we hit darn close to 90 today. Message failed to send. Really? Uh-oh. There it goes. Close to 90. I'm sure it's coming down already. It's 3:30. It's 4 o'clock. I'm sure it's coming down. There's your rating tools. All right, so that second set with the icons, Tomb Raider pickaxe, that's for our non-subscribers. This set of icons is for subscribers and Twitch Turbo. I think that's how it works for Twitch Turbo. Anyway, let's go have a looky-loo, see who's doing what. And it looks like we have our target. All right, so we got Bandit taken care of, and got her. She won a gifted sub with a spin of the wheel. And thanks very much for the 100 bits that she cheered. And thanks for redeeming the first in stream. And thank you, Mad Melody, for the follow while we were offline. And thanks to Toxic Pig for the shout out. Hope everybody enjoyed the stream. However, awesome viewers, that's going to be all for Fry-yay. Thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate you all taking the time out of your day to hang out. Shout out to the mods, Firehammer, TTV, Rune Knox, GFA Undead, who is also the developer of our stream bot. Thanks to all their help and support. And as we wrap up, just a little friendly reminder to be kind to one another. Extend a little understanding and compassion, not just online, but in your daily lives. You never know just how impactful you can be, and it can make a world of difference. I hope you all have a wonderful day, evening, and I'll see you all in the next stream. Stand by for the impending raid, and be on the lookout for a possible bonus stream this weekend. That's it from the land down under in the Rock Wolf Studios. I'm out. See ya.